Lindsay, why you need your mic?
Yeah, okay, let's go, when you're ready.
Yeah, I was doing my register.
This is full cycle. Okay. Hey, folks, you go. Do we need this register here?
No.
That's yours, okay, excuse me.
Yeah, she's a colleague. She's
All right, no, we can keep going A. You are the sun of my salvation. Come on, carry my, everything. Yeah, no more. Go right on the corner, and straight right on four.
Thank you.
And $2. Cái thân mình nói thì cả để ăn một chân về à eat all where all of me know yesterday. And they like, where okay, go ahead. You gotta go in, not me, I gonna stay. You know that? No, I don't. The people of the day now. On the car, he told me that better than the. And he's like, oh, I tell you what, the last that we. Ashley Stubbs. 75 out another song.
Miss Dean, mute your mic, please. Miss Dean.
You know, talking in here. You hear me? Which company? That's Miguel computer there, name. Miguel was on that. You could hear me in Miguel room. This is computer, let me see, well. How come I know? Where is go to for this? He didn't try to. Yeah, but the camera, oh, that's it, yeah, but I want to see, okay, where to mute the mic. It's in there. Okay. But I see no microphone on the TM. Thursday. Just he said just say ICA intermediate AML. Okay, Tuesday right now. All right, let me open this up. Do not disturb available. All right, I don't see where to mute the mic, you know, everything is be right at the bottom. I enter the Zoom meeting, upcoming, recorded, recurring. Start, let's say. She just this, okay, see you here, that's it, yeah, all right, I find.
Hi, good evening all. How are we doing today?
Good afternoon, Ms. Bullitt.
Afternoon, Ms. Bullitt.
Hi,
Good evening. You.
good evening. It's very good to see some familiar names. I'm happy to be here. I trust that you have all had a productive week. I'm having some technical difficulties. Can you all see me on the camera? Because I'm just getting a blank screen. Are you getting a blank screen as well?
We're getting a sort of distorted image. I can see your name to the bottom left, but the image itself is distorted.
Okay, I'll contact IT to see if they can assist me. Okay, but nevertheless, most of you would have been in intro. Is there anybody else who has not been in intro and would be not familiar with Ms. Bullitt? I see a Michael Hepburn, but I hear a lady speaking. Is that the correct name? No, okay, so for the register purposes, can you please put your full first and last name for us, please? So it can reflect properly. Okay, but you can hear me well? That everybody can hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
okay, very good, very good. So welcome to intermediate. Like I said, I'm very happy to see most of you all from intro. Of course, most of you would be familiar with me because you would have taken intro, but I'm Ms. Bullitt. I've been with the Institute for the past 6 years. I normally tell persons this is a journey that we go on. And so for quite a number of years, you're stuck with Ms. Bullitt. So we start off at intro, which is 5 weeks. Then we are here in intermediate, which is 10 weeks. And then of course we move on to the ICA diploma, which is 9 months of AML and 9 months of anti-money laundering. Sorry, anti-money laundering, and then 9 months of governance, risk, and compliance. Okay, and so we just want to give everybody a few minutes to join the class. So if you don't mind introducing yourselves, just let us know who's in the class and let us know what you hope to achieve at the end of the 10 weeks. And we'll do our best to, ensure that we work along with you for you to achieve your goals. There's also quite a number of you in WhatsApp groups. I know Julian as well as Kendrick. I don't know if those groups are still established, or do we need to, did you find it beneficial? Do we need to establish a new WhatsApp group? Julian, are you still in the old group from intro?
It's affirmative. I'm still with them.
Okay, and are you still sharing good information?
They do most of the sharing from time to time. I've been off island, popping in and out. But by way of technology, no, I haven't been sharing as much as I
Okay, I mean, but you
should.
you do find the group beneficial?
Yes,
Yes.
I did. The last time leading up to the exams, it was very beneficial.
Okay.
And also
okay.
for some of the group work.
Okay, okay, very good. What about you, Kendrick?
Good afternoon. Wow, I have not, interesting enough, I'm trying to think of the previous classes that I had the pleasure of sitting under you.
Yeah, we would have just formed the group for intro. We wouldn't have done it for the supervisory skills
No,
or
because
the customer service.
that intro class had about 24 persons in it.
Right.
I have not seen anything happening with that group recently.
Okay, okay, but this class is way much smaller, so everybody will have an opportunity to participate. Of course, we know this is a discussion-based class. So if anybody wants to administer a new group just specifically for this class, like Julian said, he found it beneficial when it was time to study. He found it beneficial, this 1 or 2 group work. There's also 5% for your civic organization. And most persons who are already involved in, say, Toastmasters or Kiwanis, they normally share information of the group and send out invites. So I'm hoping that you would want to establish your own group. Like I said, it's a journey, and you go on this journey with the persons in your group onto ICA. Definitely, you're gonna need some help there. Okay, so let's just introduce ourselves so everybody will know who we are, and I guess we can start with Julian, and I'll contact IT in the meantime. So see if they can get the cameras on for me. Okay, go ahead, Julian. Just introduce yourself to everybody and let us know if you've been to intro and what you hope to accomplish.
Yes, Julian Smith, Royal Bahamas Defense Force. I serve as the executive officer in charge of the investigation section. And my journey started into AML and compliance when I was assigned to attend a course by the Attorney General's office in these specifics. While attending that course, there were a few persons there who would have done the intro, and they advised me to take the step into doing an intro into compliance and anti-money laundering. I was a little bit skeptical at first, but from the initial 2 classes, the first 2 class settings for the first 2 weeks, I found that it was something that I gravitated to, and therefore I decided to stick with it. Once I completed the introduction, presented my certificate to my organization, they saw it fit to kindly direct me to come into the intermediate. Thank you, Ms. Bullock.
Excellent, Julian. Thank you so much for sharing. Kendrick?
Good afternoon, all. My name is Kendrick Mins. I am a card services clerk as well as a payroll processor with our Teachers and Salary Cooperative Credit Union. Just recently switched over to this department. I previously, for the past 11 years, was a collector as well. I did complete intro, I think it was last year. I think it was 2021. I found it to be very interesting, but I just recently completed my full banking certificate with the Institute. So as soon as I get the opportunity to do part 2, here I am to learn more, gather more, and to get more than I knew before.
Okay, good. Very good. Excellent, Kendrick. And Kendrick has helped me to keep the class going. So thank you so much, Kendrick. And I look forward to your continued support. Okay, Gerardo Taylor.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I do apologize for my voice. I'm a little bit well at this time. Nevertheless, I'm happy and excited to undertake this AML CTF journey. I did not have the opportunity to participate in the entry course. Nevertheless, by the grace of God, I'm here now. I am a shift leader supervisor for the Central Bank of the Bahamas, previously serving as an immigration for over 14.5 years. I'm presently a second-year law school student, and my primary reason for taking this AML CTF course is I've been working shift now for about 15 years, and I wanna change. I want to get something more solid whereby I'm working 9 to 5. Having said that, I'm working at the bank has me with an opportunity, and I'm here to soak up as much information as possible. I look forward to your.
Okay, excellent, Gerardo. Welcome, and I promise you, by the end of this course, you will not be disappointed. Okay, so welcome, Shantia Store.
Good night.
Good night.
My name is Shantia Store. I recently completed my bachelor's degree in accounting at UB. Presently, I work at American Airlines, but I do hope that this course will help to shift my career within the compliance and money laundering within the financial services. I don't really, I'm not actively looking yet, but that's my plan.
Okay, so you're definitely in the right place, Shantia. Very good. Rashawn Longley.
Good evening. My name is Rashawn Longley. I'm an attorney at law. I am presently employed at the Supreme Court And I touched the basis of this course in my studies at Eugene DePuch Law School. And right now I want to complete that because it's not only essential for me knowing my client, but also for my clients as well, who I would have in the private sector, being able to advise them on the rules and regulations of compliance.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So you're in the right place. So
Yeah.
I hope you get as much information as you need to be successful with all your clients. Ria, can you mute your mic for us, please?
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, Michael Hedburn.
Good night. My name is actually Ashley Stubbs. I wasn't able to get my name to change, but I am Ashley Stubbs. I work as an accountant currently at a small local accounting firm. Sorry. I used to work at Scotiabank, and that is where I was introduced to compliance. And I'm actually planning to move to go back to Scotiabank by the end of this month. And I've also always been interested and wanted to become a compliance officer. So here I am. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to do the introductory course, but I'm here for the intermediate.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashley. Can you just did you try to hover over your name to see if you can change it? Because normally you hover over the name and it asks you for more and then you change the name.
Okay, I will give.
Yeah, try that for us. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Christiana Hannah. I think she's still trying to connect. Eddie. Now, Eddie, Julian is the opposite of Rodney. I mean, the same as Rodney, but Julian don't play. So Eddie, you be careful what you say at this class. Don't upset Julian, please. Is Eddie there?
Yes, he's a PLP as well.
Eddie, I just tell you be careful what you say. I was giving you a heads up.
A great nationalist, my brother, a great nationalist.
Oh, yeah. Great nationalist. Okay.
Don't mess with Julian and don't mess with him. Okay, go ahead, introduce yourself.
Well, it's always good to have some persons, and yes, always good to have some persons who keep the class very lively. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eddie Noellis, and I'm employed at Deloitte & Touche in their tax and legal department. I graduated last year with an LLB from the University of the Bahamas. And so at the time I decided to shift towards to a different career path. And this year I decided to just trying out AML. And from the first two classes, it really piqued my interest. And so now I decided to matriculate onto the second to the intermediate level, and hopefully I would like to be a part of the cohort
in January.
That goes on to complete in January, yes,
Yeah.
Eventually.
Okay.
And so I'm just looking forward to this class, and I can assure everyone that this will be a very good learning experience for everyone.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you. And Eddie also assisted me. He sent me lots of information. He went to some trainings he shared with us. So he is also a staple in the intro class. Bria Watson.
Hi, I'm Bria. I am actually coming over from the intro class, and I don't work in compliance yet, but I definitely want to make the career switch. So I'm just pursuing the diploma for risk governance and compliance. And hopefully along the way, I am able to get into the field, but that is definitely the end goal.
Okay, good, very good. Welcome, Bria. Christiana, I see that you're having audio issues. Everybody else can hear? Okay, if you can't hear, just raise your hand. Christiana, can you hear us? Okay, let me just send her a note saying that it's probably on her end that she cannot hear us. Okay, Jalika Sands. Is Jalika there?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Good evening. My name is Jalika Sands. I work at Fidelity Bank. I am not in compliance yet. I work in the collections department, but it is my desire to get into compliance come January.
Okay, so welcome. Welcome, Jalika. Okay, so good.
Thank you.
We have a good cross section, and we should be able to leverage off everybody's knowledge and share. Of course, we know that, you know, there's no manual for compliance when it comes to making decisions. Compliance is, you have to go and read, do research, call up your network and get some advice, leverage off their knowledge, and then make a decision, okay? And then you have to document that decision. And so it's good to have knowledgeable, like-minded persons around you and in your network that you can call on to help you make the best decision possible. As we go on this journey, I encourage everybody to keep a library. Keep all of your papers that you write, all the research that you do, because you know a lot of these questions come up again. And so once you would have done the research, save it. I promise you, you're going to need it again. And definitely when you need to make decisions in your organizations, it helps cut down the time that you need to do research. So please keep your library. Christiana, try to call Miguel, his email, or can you hear us now, Christiana? Okay, I'm still typing to you. Can you please try to call Miguel on his cell number? His cell number is in the welcome note.
Yes, I can hear.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, go ahead, Ben. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Christiana Hanna. I work at CIBC. I'm a customer service officer. I want to venture off into compliance. So yes, this course is definitely piquing my interest.
Okay, okay, so very good. Now, for those of you who have not attended or was in the intro class, I normally, you know, when we get to intermediate, I refer a lot to intro and I bypass a lot of the detail, but feel free to stop me and let me know if you have any questions or concerns as you know, we go through the instructions and just say, Miss Bullet, I don't understand. I wasn't in intro. I don't have a problem sharing or calling on one of these well-trained persons in here already who may have some information. So can we have somebody to volunteer as the administrator for the WhatsApp group? And then if you put your numbers in the chat, that person will add you. Any volunteers? No volunteers?
I could do it if everybody
Yeah, I was just going to
can.
say very young people who technologically savvy. Okay, very good. So please put your if you're interested in being a part of the WhatsApp group, like I said, Julian said it was very helpful when they did the teamwork, when it was time to study. A big part of, you know, your career is networking. You need to know the right persons to move to the next level. And like I said, it's good to have like-minded persons around you so you can leverage off their information, because you know it's no way you'll always have the details. Some persons may have inside information. I know we have a lot of lawyers in this class, and Miss Bullett's career was spent mostly at Royal Bank, the trust company, 16 years there. And at the end of the year, they used to be like, well, Miss Bullet, you know, you spend $200,000-$300,000 in legal fees. So, you know, we only can give you so much bonus. And so, of course, you know, they only had to say that to me once. And I start calling my network and, you know, I start giving them Christmas gifts and, you know, or doing favors for them. And so that's how you know, help cut costs with your institution. And when I got more bonus, they, you know, I say, I can get some of my bonus. Okay. So, network and help each other, not use each other, but help each other if you have, you know, knowledge or information that will be beneficial to succeed in the class and in corporate Bahamas. Okay, So let's jump right into it. Ms. Bullitt has talked a lot. So when I go south, y'all can just wheel me back in. But this is a discussion-based class.
Ms.
And
Bullitt,
yes,
well, if you needed huge end of the year bonuses, I mean, I had a number of, I suggested to you in the previous class that there were a number of clients that I had, other than being politically exposed persons, they were well connected to some other entities offshore, and you told me there was no need to move any further into that aspect of things, and I really
no,
appreciate it.
I stopped working the Royal Bank in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm talking back in the day, these old stories, Julian. So that's why I said that. But
Yep,
I'm
okay.
telling y'all today, y'all may need it. You see what I mean? And
Very
then,
good.
Julian, let me tell you, they will do a favor for you. They're gonna do it for the Royal Bank of Canada. You know what I mean? That's a billion-dollar company.
Agreed.
You see what I mean? That's the difference here. So yeah, that was back in the day. Back in the day, no longer in offshore. Okay, but thank you for that, Julian. You know, you on the top of my list. So, and I want you to stay there. So very good. Very good, guys. Okay, Bria, I see some numbers coming in. Guys, if any of you are part of, like I said, Toastmasters or Rotary or Kiwanis, some of you may have joined when you were in intro. Please, or even before, please send invites out to the group. Of course, when we look at the instruction sheet, you'll see that we'll get a 5% bonus points for attending and sharing with the class. And again, why did we do that? Because networking, and we would have learned in intro when we talked about terrorism, the one thing about bin Laden, everything else was bad, but one thing about him was that he had a strong network. He was able to live comfortably for 10 years, needing insulin with his wives and his concubines and his children, simply because he had a very strong network. Okay, and so we want to try and build a network. And of course, in the Bahamas, and like I told you all the story from intro, in Canada, a lot of entry-level staff feel like position. Ms. Bullitt done get promoted 5 times and I can't get nowhere, right? And so in Canada, they started like a mentoring program where execs met with entry level and they took them to board meetings and to civic organizations, because again, that's where corporate Bahamas hang out. That's where the movers and shakers hang out, right? I always say they into the dock, into the fish fry. They in Toastmasters and Kiwanis and all these sorts of clubs. So get out there, get to know the right people. And again, you're not getting out there to, be a burden or ask for favors. You will be qualified. And I always use the example, there are 11 of us in here. At the end of the 10 weeks, all of us will be qualified. I have one position. Okay, who getting that position out of the 11? I can't even say it because I have 4 people vying strong for this one position. I have to create 2, and so that's just how it works. Okay, if you know somebody and they already qualified, they get a push above other persons. So please, like I say, attend meetings, seminars, industry briefings, and get out there. And again, if in your network, when somebody calls and, do you know a good lawyer? Do you know a good accountant? Okay, and again, I always say you need 5 revenue streams. Nobody ever got rich from 9 to 5. Okay, so you need at least 5 different incomes if you want to live comfortably, if you want sleep in air conditioning, because BPL very expensive, if you want to drive a nice car, if you want your children to go to private school, if you want to go on vacation, that 9 to 5 only for bills. Okay, so try to see what you can do on the side so that if you do work in the compliance department or anywhere in the executive team, you don't ever have to compromise yourself because you got to pay the mortgage, so you need this job. So if they telling you, man, we know this person is a money launderer, but we ain't gonna report him. No, you could report him and you could blow the whistle, because you don't have to worry, but I need this job for the mortgage, or I need this job because you have your other revenue streams. Okay, so let's look at the book first. It's very thick. And again, there are only 10 chapters. And like I always say, in intro, it's 2 or 3 pages. In intermediate, 3 to 5 pages. And then when you go to ICA, the chapters are like 60 and 70 pages. Okay, so if you're here, that means you made the decision that I'm gonna go on this journey. Okay, and it's a little bit more work than it was in intro, but it's definitely achievable. Okay, so first 10 chapters of the book, and then different excerpts from the internet. It's separated by colored paper, case 1, case 2, case 3, case 4. Right under case 1 are the FATF 40 recommendations, and we are going to talk about the FATF and of course look at the 40 recommendations in this first class. So the expectation is that you read the chapter and you come ready to discuss, okay? But of course, nobody ever does that. Oh, Miss Bullet, we had a long week. Oh, we not time to read, okay? But we need you to read, we need you to participate, and we want to make sure that you understand what the book covers. Now, the book won't cover everything. Once you read, you should go online and do research. We definitely want to know what's happening in the Bahamas, okay, in terms of AML, CTF, PF, okay? So let me go to the instruction sheet. So for those of you who don't know who you should be following, we will go through the instruction sheet, okay? Are there any questions on the book or anything that I've said so far? You're very quiet. This discussion based. Come talk back to Ms. Bullet.
No.
Questions? Okay, good. So one essay needs to be submitted. Overall passing grade is 70%. One essay is 20% of your final grade. Please, I say this every class, and I still have people sending me 4 and 5 essays, and some people sending it late and asking me to grade it when it's not required. Only one essay is required, okay? It should be between 1,000 and 1,200 words. If you haven't been to school for a very long time and you need a refresher in English, there's no issue with that. Please speak to Miss Dean. She'll give you a refresher in college prep English. I normally attach the ICA handbook in intro, but if you didn't do intro and you need the book, just let me know, because in ICA, which is the next step, they grade very hard on referencing. So if you don't reference properly or quote properly, then you could lose up to 30 or 40 points. So from intro, I try to get you to practice their way of referencing. So when you get to ICA, you don't lose those points. You would have already been accustomed to referencing properly. Now, please avoid copy and paste. Miss Bullet is read 1,000 essays, and I can tell when it's copy and paste. I always say we test comprehension. I need to know that you understand. So we always ask for real life examples or real life cases, okay? Not necessarily scenarios, but a case where somebody would have been charged, or somebody is in jail, or even if they were acquitted, okay? So there are 4 questions. Each question has a due date. Please, if you miss the due date, Ms. Bullet does not accept late homework. So please don't ask. Just go on to the next question and make sure that you submit it by the due date. Question 4 is the hardest question. If you wait to do question 4 and don't do it correctly, which 90% of the persons do, you don't get a chance to redo. If you do questions 1, 2, or 3, Ms. Bullet gives you an opportunity to get a reasonable grade. But if you wait till question 4, there's no opportunity to redo. Okay, so look at each of the dates and decide which day works best for you. And please submit your essay on time. Okay, I recommend that everybody does question 1. Question 1, if we look at the back of the book, there should be under either case 1 or case 2, the Egmont group. Do we see that at the back of the book?
Is that case 4 you're referencing, ma'am?
Okay, I may have a different copy. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it can possibly be case 4. Yeah, do you see the Eggman group when you turn to case 4?
Egmont cases,
Yes.
financial analysis.
Okay, good. Okay, so the Eggman group is the group of financial intelligence units around the world. Okay, and so what they've done is they've come together on similar cases. They tell about the stories, and then they they did an analysis on them and say these are the commonalities in various different countries. The same things are happening, and it helps them to also solve cases. So commonalities with bribery and corruption from different parts of the world, with drug trafficking, with fraud. If you turn over until the 3rd page, you'll see the table of contents. And you know, as Bullet always says, start with the table of contents. Okay, do we see the table of contents page?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All of us? Okay, good. So our topic for this semester is bribery and corruption. Okay, the very first one. And so if we look at the table of contents, we see that there are 3 cases on the bribery and corruption. Okay, and so what we would do for question 1 is we would read those 3 cases, do an overview of the case, and then say whether or not some of these things happen in the Bahamas. Or are there any similar cases in the Bahamas? And of course, we could go to Tribune242.com as well as The Guardian, and we will find various cases online, okay, that are similar that happen in the Bahamas.
Ms. Bullet, would that be cases or convictions?
But some people were acquitted.
Okay, I just wanted to.
Yeah, if they were acquitted, it's fine. It's the fact that they were charged. Okay, and then we go down to corruption in the civil service. Of course, we know that you know, there are 1 or 2 cases out there where you know, there was corruption in some government entities. But there's also what should I say, Julian? I'm just saying this is what I heard. You know, most government officers that we go to, in order for them to do their job, they need a tip, right?
They do.
Okay.
I have a challenge. My book does not have a table of contents.
On the Eggman group?
Oh, on the Edmund. Okay.
On the Eggman group, yeah. So
That's a big case, Ms. Bullet.
yeah, so look at case 4. Because most persons, so at the college paper at the back.
I'm just saying that's a very big case in terms of the material to cover.
Right, but of course we want to scale it down.
Okay.
Okay, scale it down. We just want an overview.
Sorry, Ms. Bullet, where do we find the book?
You should have received the book. You didn't get a book from the office?
Oh, no, okay.
Okay, so let me see if I can pull this up on the screen just so everybody can have a visual. Priya, you have a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the pass rate for intermediate. I mean, just like from your observation.
Yeah, about 80%. Intro is about 85 to 90%, and you know, persons normally I have a class of 27 now. I'll probably have 3 that need to do a retake and they pass. So
okay.
Very seldom that a person does not take a retake and move on.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So
yeah, just with
not to worry. Yeah.
Okay, just with me not being in the field yet. I mean, of course, I work in accounts right now, but that's a little bit different from directly being in the field and then being able to apply. So that was just where I had a little bit concern.
Right, and this is why you need to network. So get with some of these people are scholars. We have a lot of lawyers in these classes, and find a way that y'all can, you know, partner and help each other. Okay.
Right.
And you will find it beneficial.
All right, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. I'm just trying to pull up the Egg1 cases, just so we'll see. Okay, here we go. Is that it? No, I pulled up the wrong thing. I found it, I clicked on it, and then it left the screen. What happened just now? Is that it? Okay, no. Okay, here it is. Let me click on the right thing. And okay. Now it's taking very long to load. Okay. So here we go. Okay, so this is how it looks at the back of the book. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so if you haven't gotten your book, please contact the office to get a copy. Okay, and so this just gives you an overview of who the Eggman Group is. Like I said, the group of financial intelligence units around the world. And for those of us who don't know, what we do is we submit our suspicious transaction reports to the financial intelligence unit, and they investigate, and then they send it on to the police if I guess the police does a further investigation. Okay, and so by law, we are required as compliance officers and MLROs, money laundering reporting officers, to submit suspicious transaction reports to the FIU for them to be able to bring these persons or these companies before the courts. Okay, so FIUs around the world got together and they did an analysis on the commonalities of various cases. Okay, and so we normally do all of these topics, but we choose one per group. When we do fraud, it's 7 cases. Okay, so you all have it good. There's only 3 under bribery and corruption. Okay, so we are going to read these 3 cases, and then we are going to do research and find out, are there any commonalities in the Bahamas? Do these things happen here? And if they do, what controls we need to put in place, to protect our industry. Okay, and of course we know for the first time ever, we have had members of parliament and politically exposed persons brought before the court. Okay, and so there's a case on Shane Gibson, there's a case on Frank Smith, there's a case on Kendrick Dorset, there's a case on Michelle Reckley, there's a case on Adrian Gibson, there's a case on Elmer Campbell. So there are at least 6 cases out there that we can get off of the internet, do a proper overview. And if you want to go as far as to whether they were acquitted or not, you can do that. Okay, is that clear? And
Yes,
then like I said, for the 3rd case, of course we know we do have that same problem in our civil service, where persons feel like, yeah, I can do this for you, but send me something to, buy me lunch or do something to speed it up. Okay, and it shouldn't be. Okay, so that's question 1. And so I encourage everybody to do question 1, because if we go all the way to the bottom, when we look at the final exam, which is 70% of your final grade, there's a mandatory question that's worth 20 points. More than likely, question 1 will be the mandatory question. So I recommend you get it out of the way, you do your research, and you already have that down pat. Then there will be 15 multiple choice questions worth 2 points each, and then 4 essay questions worth 10 points each. Okay, so that's why I recommend you do question 1. Okay, and it's not due till November 21st, so we have a lot of time, at least 2 weeks, to do our research, get the information. Okay, but if you decide, you know, a lot of times, especially for the new persons, I always say that it's muddy, a little cloudy at first, and around chapter 4 or 5, then we start to catch on. If you want to wait, you can wait. However, I do not suggest that you wait for question 4, because right now I have a lot of people in problems and they're not getting their 20% because they did not submit their homework. Okay, any questions about the homework? No? Okay, participation, again, 10% of your grades. You read the newspaper every day as compliance officers. I always tell persons that from 9 to 12, in fact, from 7 a.m., the CEO would come to my office and we would discuss what is happening in the newspaper. Like I said, primarily I worked in trust, which offshore jurisdictions, Latin America, Europe, Russia, you know, and so he always wanted to know, you know, was I following the news? Did I know what was happening? And yeah, what I did is I subscribed to social media. I let, you know, the jurisdictions that I were responsible for, you know, just come on to my Facebook page and I would just see the highlights. Okay, and once or twice a customer name did come across and I was able to go and be proactive and, you know, block him in our system and file an SDR before he ran off with all the money in the bank. Okay, so we definitely want to know the business section, what's happening in the Bahamas. And then we want to subscribe to, of course, whomever your regulator is. If you're a bank, it's the central bank. If you're in securities, it's the Securities Commission. If you're a lawyer, accountant, or real estate with a corporate service provider's arm or financial service provider's arm, and that's a compliance commission. If you're in insurance, it's an insurance commission. If you're in gaming, it's a gaming board. Okay, so of course, follow your regulator. And then there's the Bahamas Association of Compliance Officers, where you can join as a student. Right now, there's an application process where you send your resume, and I think you pay a membership fee, but find out from your organization if they cover memberships, and they normally do, and see if your organization will pay for you to become a member. Okay. Then the bonus points, like I said, networking, we want that strong network. Attend Toastmasters, Rotary, or Kiwanis, and share with the class, and you get 5 bonus points. And I always say that 5 points, the difference between 85 and 90, which is an 8, and 65 and 70, which you need to pass. So some of you say, oh, we are scholars, Miss Bullet, we don't need to do it, but for all us who every point counts, make sure you go into the exam with a full 30 points. Okay, so that means you're 3/4 of the way there plus more, and then you sit comfortably in the exam. Okay, and it is a lot of work. Compliance is very complex. It requires a lot of reading, and once you read and do your research, then you have to make a decision. So it is complex. A lot of people have a lot of people have a problem reading. A lot of people have a problem making decisions. Okay, it sounds remedial, but that's the 2 toughest part. Okay, and a lot of people have a problem with comprehension. And that's why we ask you for examples, because we want you to be able to tie this, you know, this theory with everyday life. Okay, are there any questions?
Yes, Ms. Bullet, I got one for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you know who is responsible for having John Rule make such projections? And would those projections, if after a quarter or we go into mid-year 2023, those projections become unlikely with respect to the economy, would his how should I put it? Would his credibility be affected if we end up in the negative?
Well, you know how governments work. They will find a way to say it was only a projection. And that's exactly what it is. It's a forecast, it's not reality. And they can do their best to achieve. However, you know, circumstances beyond our control. And so they can probably use that line. Now, the people on the other side of the fence then will question his credibility and say that it was ludicrous, you know, what you put in place and what you said. So I always say that this is why we need lobbyists, and we don't need like the Lincoln being in the Maria Jackson who want to be the prime minister. They lobby in and be an activist 1 week, and then the next week they, you know, they want to be the prime minister, the deputy prime minister. No, we need a lobbyist group that will hold these people feet to the fire. Okay, we are paying them to do a job, and they ought to do it in a sensible manner, right? But if there's nobody that speaks out and says, come on, John, you know, this isn't even a fair projection, or this doesn't make sense, then he gets away with it. And when he doesn't expect to make it, he has months now to put his story together as to when it flops.
Ms. Bullard, I have a question then.
Mm-hmm.
Then if what you basically described is the official opposition's job.
Correct. But they haven't been effective on no sides, because their job has only been to oppose, right? I've never once heard them say, well, yeah, this made sense, or I've not heard them offer advice or help or say, you know. So that's why I moved towards lobbyists.
Yeah, I was very disappointed in the leader of the opposition when the question was posed to him, I think on Shanique's show, relative to the current situation with BPL and the increase that is coming. And when she was she asked the question whether or not is it time for the energy sector to be privatized, and he referenced and said that the plan they had in place, the last administration was working. I'm like, that don't make no sense, because you still have a legacy debt over your head. The plan should be to get out of debt, not stay in debt.
Correct. But again, there has to be somebody in the with gas and oil field that has it tied up, because like everybody has said, we have almost 12 hours a day of sun. Why don't we have solar like everywhere else in the world who is trying to get out of debt and you know, look out for their citizens? So something is definitely wrong, where immediately when the new government came in, Freeport of all places, Freeport, come on, that's been on an economic downturn for forever. They got a 3% increase immediately. Like I think by December or January, they got a 3% increase. And then remember, they had announced Nassau, but he recalled the statement, and now what, 3-4 months later, it's back again. So obviously something is very, very wrong. Very wrong. Okay, but very good, guys, very good. You know, keep abreast and follow it. And like I say, we do a good job at talking, but we need to get out there, get established, and help our country. And I'm so glad there are so many educated persons in this class. We need a representation. Okay, we need to wash this FNM and PLP and really get some people in there who are educated and ethical, and you know, don't just boost up the campaign trail, because nobody is holding them to what they said. Okay, so very good. Okay, so let's just make sure everybody else understands. We understand the homework. We know that there's a due date. Persons automatically ask for a pass exam. These are all pass exam questions. Okay, so these are pass exam questions. These will be essay, the types of essays you see, the 5 essays or 4 essays that you need to answer. I also attached classwork. Again, each chapter, I want you to, at the end of the chapter, make sure that you can answer the questions of the chapter. Okay? If you can't answer, then we need to have a discussion. Okay? And so, again, all of these questions are past exam questions. Okay? So you have a lot of practice. Now, the classwork does not have to be submitted. We'll stop at 8 p.m. each night, and that's where you take the time to go and do your classwork. Okay? And the following class, let us know if you have some difficulties. Okay? And that way, by the time we get to the final exam, you'll have a sufficient information, you know, to pass the exam successfully. Okay, any questions about the classwork?
In terms of the essay, what exactly are you looking for?
I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound like far away, but I can hear you barely.
Oh, okay. So in terms of the essay question, what exactly are you looking for? I know you said that you look at the actual cases and like it in terms of you apply it to the Bahamas, but I want to know exactly what else are you looking for?
Okay, so it has a full essay between 1,000 and 1,200 words. You do an overview of the 3 cases that speak to bribery and corruption. And then you look at the Bahamas and see if the Bahamas has a similar problem with bribery and corruption. And that's why I called off the 6 cases that are, you know, most recent. And so if you do decide that, hey, the Shane Gibson case was similar because he got charged with bribery and corruption, then you do an overview of the Shane Gibson case. If you decide that Adrian Gibson's case that's ongoing right now is similar, then you do an overview of Adrian Gibson's case as well. Because the question asks, explain if any of these techniques and methods are issues for the Bahamas. So you would say yes, and then according to the Nassau Guardian, Adrian Gibson was charged on this day with how many counts of bribery and corruption. It's alleged that A, B, or C happened.
Okay.
Ms. Pollard,
Yes.
yeah, the travesty in this particular situation is the common denominator is no one has been convicted. It's okay, and as for my learned friends in here, you know, anybody, like they always say, you could charge anybody, you can even charge a dog. The issue always, the main point is always, can you get a conviction? And so I think I mean, I know we could use these cases, but
yeah,
we don't have a
conviction was
concrete case.
Fred. Yeah, Fred Ramsey was convicted, and then somebody else, somebody who else was with insurance. But when you go Google bribery and corruption, some of the older cases will come up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think no, 1 or 2 persons were convicted, so you may find some convictions. Nevertheless, some of them, you know, have been acquitted. You can write about that case.
Yeah.
But again, we are being internationally watched, right? And like in Brazil, you are guilty until proven innocent in civil law, right? In the Bahamas, we are innocent until proven guilty. So when you look at sorry,
disclosure order, you got a burden of proof is on you.
You're right. And so we have the president of Brazil, the former president being impeached. We have the governor of the Central Bank of Brazil going to jail. You know, they had a lot of bribery and corruption cases all around the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so
the word to the wise is you always use keywords. You use
alleged
keywords like, you know, shingle and and those type of words.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cases out there, and you can get good information. Okay. All right, so we good with that and we good with the classwork. Correct? Now I attach, okay, so I attached, let's look at the very first question. It says, explain recommendation 1 and the development made to satisfy the requirements. And then list 3 deficiencies that were noted in the FATF mutual evaluation report of the Bahamas. So I attached the mutual evaluation report of 2017. And of course, most of these documents are very long, 157 pages. So if you want to look in the table of contents, it asks you about recommendation 1 on page 83. However, you don't even have to go that far. Right here in this executive summary, because what happens a lot of times we get into information overload. And the problem with compliance is there's so much information out there that we get confuddled reading all these things. So to scale it down, I always recommend that you first check the date of the document. That's very important, especially when you're dealing with law, because a lot of persons write a whole paper on expired law and they lose a lot of points. Okay, so make sure it's current law. So right here in the key findings, it tells you we were deficient in 22 of the 40 recommendations from the FATF. And this is what they say about recommendation 1. Okay, I also attached an update that the FNM had sent out in September 20, because they were the government at that time. And this also tells you exactly what they did to update the 40 recommendations. So what you do is, you know, just go in the search and you could either put recommendation 1 or risk, and it'll document or highlight everywhere there's risk. And then you just look to see, okay, completion and approval, this is what we did to fix it. Okay, so that's how we answer the classwork. Listing the 3 deficiencies right from the key findings and explaining recommendation 1 and the developments. Okay, and then when we get in the book, we will again cover recommendation 1 again. Okay, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so for those of you who have your book, like I said, I attach the mutual evaluation, I attach the update. But of course, chapter 1 talks about the regulators, right? The international regulators. And just for some of you who are not aware, there are international regulators, which are the FATF, the OECD, the Wolfsburg Group, Transparency International, and who else? The UN, okay? They are the international regulators. What they do, I think there's about between 195 to 205 countries in the world that they regulate. And what they do is they call out recommendations. They put out recommendations or various, I guess what they call decisions would be best in regards to anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation of weapons. Okay, and so what the expectation is that each country then puts it into law, and then each regulator will write a guideline for whomever is in the industry. So international regulators, Bahamian law, then the central bank, the gaming board, the Securities Commission write guidelines. And from those guidelines, in our institutions, we create an internal policy based on the products and the services that we offer. Okay, so not every single thing that the regulator has in its guideline, we have to put in ours, because it's only based on what products and services we offer. So if the guideline talks about, or the regulator talks about credit cards, and my institution does not offer credit cards, then we don't need to include that. Okay, and not everything in the law will be applicable to a certain regulator. Okay, so that's how it works. So I just wanted to show you the FATF site, which you should be following as well. and they have a list of the countries. And of course, we scroll all the way down, we see Bahamas, and what is this? Okay, and they tell us straight off the board, Bahamas is a part of the CFATF. So the book goes on to talk about the FATF again, they're dealing with the world. So of course, they have different groups, you know, a group that manages and monitors Europe, a group that manages Latin America, a group that manages the Caribbean, one that manages Asia, okay? And so we click on Bahamas, and we want to see exactly what's happening with the Bahamas. So it says we're a member of the CFATF, and it goes on to, you know, print various documentations, and we can click on each of them and read those. And then it says the Bahamas progress in strengthening measures to tackle money laundering. And so even though the Bahamas would have sent out this update form, the FNN government would have sent out this update form, the FATF created a document to say exactly how is the Bahamas doing, okay? And this document came out, again, we want to look at the date, December 2021, and it's only 21 pages, okay? And so it just says, this is our follow-up report from our mutual evaluation report of 2017. So they did a follow-up report to say exactly their view on how the Bahamas was doing. Okay, so this is a good document, and I didn't attach it because I want you to get used to researching and finding these things. So it goes down to talk about the 40 recommendations and to say exactly what rating we got and how we are rated now. Okay, and so this is the most current document. So did y'all see where I went to find it?
No, ma'am.
No, okay, y'all, okay. So let's go back. So our international regulators website, right in Google, FATF website, right? And then we click on it. And it comes up to the entire website. And of course, we know the FATF, the Financial Action Task Force, created the 40 recommendations, okay? And so what we want to see is countries. So we click on countries, and all of the countries that are regulated by the 40 recommendations are listed here. And so of course we are most concerned about our country, which is the Bahamas. And so we click on the Bahamas, and we see that there's a report, okay? So we wanna click on this report because they just released it in January of this year. So this is the most current detail in regards to what is happening with our 22 recommendations that we were deficient in. Okay, so we click on that, we download the document, and we see exactly where we are at. And so question 1, ask, explain what they did. What did the Bahamas do? And you should find the developments in both of those documents, or list 3 deficiencies that were noted in the initial evaluation report. And of course, out of 22, you should be able to find 3. We know that recommendation 1 was deficient. We know that the Terrorism Act 7 and 8 had to be updated. We know that the sanction framework had to be updated. Okay, and remember now, it's not only the 40 recommendations, it's the various regulators and what their rules are as well. Okay, so chapter 1 in our books, if we look, speaks on the various regulators. Okay, and it talks, if we all turn to the beginning, it talks about recommendation 1. Okay, the very first recommendation in the 40 recommendations. Okay, so again, Ms. Bullitt has the 40 recommendations, and Ms. Bullitt has 2000 and I tell you, the first thing you do is you look at, and so if you look in case one, this should be in your case one in your book, okay? The first thing you do is look at the date. There is a 2021 or 22 version now, okay? Because you always want to have the most current, okay? And of course, these are the 40 recommendations. The very first recommendation, assessing risk and applying the risk-based approach, okay? And just so, again, you can have a visual if you need a refresher from intro, this is how the recommendations work, or this is how they look. And it says countries should assess, identify, assess, and understand the money laundering and terrorist financing risks for the country, okay? So they want you to assess it, understand it, and then put controls in place to protect the country. Okay, so basically that's what recommendation 1 says. Okay, are we following?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
any questions?
Yes. Can I get an opportunity to briefly share my screen?
Sure, go ahead.
It's a very interesting story coming out a few days ago.
Okay, so yes, very good, very good. And again, this is when we test comprehension. And so we do go into the newspapers, we do go into you know, what's happening in the industry currently. And then we say, according to the new Attorney General, Ryan Pinder, he is trying to put a bill in place to fix this OECD peer review misstep. Okay, so you would have to scroll down so they can see the entire article, please. Yeah. Yeah, so Mr. Pinder is saying that
I believe Michael Pintar also gave a rebuttal. He was talking about basically the framework what the current governments are criticizing them for. That particular framework was done under the FNM, and they are the ones who put all of this in place. And also, even though there was some deficiencies, or there were certain things that wasn't done, but essentially what his view was that you can't really bash them, because prior to that there was no legislative framework in place to address these OECD requirements. And so so to me it's a political issue, but they're trying to turn into like a political football, brownie points, so to speak. So my view is governments build on, it's supposed to be continuous. So you're supposed to build on whatever the previous government did. You're supposed to use that opportunity to build and at least try to complete what was already started. So,
and not just oppose, like I say, that's what I say, happening a lot, just opposing. And so again, very good, guys. Definitely you want to hear what the current Attorney General is saying, and then what the opposition is saying, to see if you know, and then make an educated determinant as to, you know, what is happening. So again, that's 100% the type of research Ms. Bullitt is referring to. Okay, so very, very good, Julian. Thank you for sharing. And he brought up the OECD. Again, the book goes on after it talks about recommendation 1. And like I said, recommendation 1 just says that you must assess your risks to your country and then put controls in place to protect, you know, your financial services sector from money launderers and terrorist finance. Okay, and so the book goes on to talk about why knowledge of international initiatives and developments are important. And it says professionals should be aware of important international developments and the strategies and standards on which their domestic AML, CFTP laws and strategies are based. Okay, again, based on the FATF, which is the Financial Action Task Force. The FATF, again, we always go back to say what their tasks are. And it says they identify and they analyze money laundering, terrorist financing, and other threats to the integrity of the financial system. They develop and refine the international standards for combating money laundering and terrorist financing and proliferation. They undertake new tasks agreed by its members in the course of its activities and within the framework of its mandate, and takes on new tasks only when it has a particular additional contribution to make. Okay, trying to avoid duplication elsewhere in the world. Okay, and so they have a few tasks that they carry out each year. And again, under the FATF, they have these regional bodies that deal with various parts of the world. And that's why I mentioned Asia and Europe and Latin America, and of course the Caribbean, where we fall under the CFATF, which is the Caribbean FATF. And so we just looked at the Bahamas mutual evaluation report, and that's what the book states, that they member countries have made commitments to implement the 40+9 recommendations, that are monitored through a two-tier approach, annual self-assessment and on-site mutual evaluation. And this is our mutual evaluation report right here, what they speak of. And I don't want you to think that it was just the Bahamas that was subjected to this. So was Switzerland and Germany, all those European countries, all the Latin countries, everybody who we saw on this list of countries was subjected to this report. And again, we don't want you to think that only the Bahamas was deficient. All these countries were deficient. Almost every country was deficient in 20+ of these recommendations. And again, you know, I normally talk about the history in intro. You know, the Bahamas took a staggered approach because regulation is expensive, okay? And not only is it expensive to put in place, you need somebody to enforce law once it's put in place and to manage it, right? And so a lot of companies could not afford it, okay? So a lot of banks closed down, a lot of law firms stopped offering the corporate service provider. A lot of real estate companies said we just couldn't do it. We saw our major Fortune 500 companies like Royal Bank and Scotia Bank closed down many branches, and Royal Bank has been around from 1908. That's more than 100 years. Scotia Bank has been around for more than 60 years. And for the first time, we saw them just closing out, you know, branches left, right, and center. Because again, compliance is expensive. Compliance does not make any money for the business. Compliance just avoids, you know, helps the organization avoid fines and regulatory, you know, warnings and notices. Okay. And so most companies, when they write their budget, they don't really invest in compliance. Okay. Plus is one of the most highly paid departments in the organization. So all of that causes a conflict. Okay. And so here it is now. In 2018, we updated all our laws, but then each of our regulators had to create an analytics department now to enforce these laws. So each of our regulators probably hired about 20 to 30 persons, computers and desks and chairs and all that is expense, and then salaries. If they enforcing, you know, they should be $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 salaries, right? And then you need systems. Okay, and in some of these, like I say, nobody feels sorry for none of these banks. So some of these banks have $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 systems. Okay, so it's very expensive. Some organizations just close down. Okay, and the book goes on to talk about how many jurisdictions, 31 jurisdictions had strategic deficiencies. Okay, and had to go through updating. And I always say I have a colleague in Switzerland who said, Miss Bullard, I have to come to the Bahamas for a job. I said, you know, job here for payment. Please don't come. And he said, Miss Bullard, before this, we had 250 banks and trust licenses. With these new regulations, we have 50. They lost 200. Okay, so these laws were felt around the world. Okay, any questions? Are we aware? We good? You're very quiet. You have to talk back to Miss Bullet. Miss Bullet will fall asleep.
We good,
Yes,
Mom, we good.
You
we're
good?
good.
Okay,
Straightforward.
okay. So I just want you to be able to make the connect and understand how it works. Okay, so back to what Julian said about the OECD. Okay, because that was the FATF. That's one of the regulators. Then there's the Organization for Cooperation and Economic Development, which is another regulator, the OECD. Okay, and it tells you when the OECD was formed, and it says the OECD was formed to administer American and Canadian aid and given under the Marshall Plan for the reconstruction of European countries after the Second World War. Okay, most presently, Ryan Pinder is talking about the tax laws because the OECD, whilst the FATF manages the 40 recommendation, the OECD manages CRS, which is Common Reporting Standard. So in terms of taxes under the US, FATCA, foreign, what is it? I can't remember, but FATCA is the US tax regime, and then the rest of the world falls under common reporting standards. And so that just means that no matter where you live in the world, you have to pay taxes to your country, because each country that you live in or have your money deposited in has to now disclose to your country that Miss Bullet from Germany, but she's staying in the Bahamas, she have $1 million on her account. And so even though I'm not staying in Germany, I now have to pay taxes to Germany. Okay. And of course, we know back in the past, the Bahamas was an offshore jurisdiction that was considered a tax haven. Okay. So a lot of persons just brought their money into the Bahamas because it was cheaper than to pay their government's taxes every year. So in the US and to Canada, where all of us want to run, taxes are between 15 and 30%. Okay. And could you imagine that coming out of your salary or out of your income each year going to the government? Okay. And so you find that extremely wealthy persons, they hate insurance and they hate they hate paying taxes. So they find ways to store their money in offshore jurisdictions. Okay. And so under FATCA, which is the US tax law, and under CRS, that stopped that. Okay. And so there are some loopholes in these laws that allow like very savvy bankers to be able to teach their clients how to avoid and not evade. Next chapter, I think, is on taxes, so we'll get more into that. And so once you can teach your client how to avoid and not evade and go to jail, then they can keep their money offshore. But after all these laws changed, a lot of people just repatriated their money home, because it didn't make sense to keep my money in the Bahamas anymore, because I still have to pay taxes to my country. And I'm talking about these people who have like $10 million. Okay. And so they hate paying taxes to the government because of bribery and corruption, because they feel that the government just steals the money, that they don't fix the roads and they don't make sure the schools are safe and they don't upgrade the hospitals. And so that's really what the tax dollars are for. And so because of bribery and corruption, a lot of people, very wealthy people, they do not want to pay those taxes. Okay. And so you would find that the OECD manages that tax regime. Okay. And because we were on an offshore jurisdiction, a tax haven, we normally get slammed left, right, and center over our tax laws. Okay. And like I said, the Bahamas used a staggered approach to putting these laws into place, just simply because, like I said, I can repatriate my money home. And so that's an account that is lost in the Bahamas. Okay. And so I don't really know the statistics, but we lost, just like Switzerland, losing almost 200 banks just because of the same thing. Okay.
Al-
Again,
Also to Ms.
go ahead.
Yeah, I know there's a push now to institute a 15% minimum tax by the OECD for profit against profit shifting. It was supposed to, I think it was supposed, they was looking at implementation for next year, but they said they want to push it back till 2024, preferably after the US election, to see exactly, you know, whether, I guess if the Republicans win, then, you know, the America is not really going to co-sign for that. So that is that was the last time they said, well, since they push it back, it was, well, I think they was trying to get it implemented, but now the likelihood, that's why they wait until after 2024 to see what happens in the US, because, you know, the Republicans are going to kill any bill that comes before Congress talking about a 15% minimum tax, because, you know, a lot of the companies, they tend to shift all of their tax, all
Yeah,
the
they are
profits
the
are
very
offshore.
wealthy. They are the very wealthy.
Right.
So of course they don't support these tax laws. They are the very
Right.
wealthy, yeah.
And
Okay.
also, yeah, and also too, the removal of the preferential tax, preferential exemption act, that also caused a lot of them as well too, a lot of international IBC companies to pull out as well too, because they, you know, they don't get that tax status where they could operate in the Bahamas and don't have to pay
Right.
certain
So,
taxes. So
right. So our federal laws cause that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Substances. I forget what they call it. You have to have presence in the Bahamas. Like you can't just say I open an account in the Bahamas if you don't like trade with us, or you don't buy supplies or ship supplies to us or from us or something to that. So you must have some presence. You know, of course, in BVI, Bahamas, Panama, there was no presence. They didn't do any business here. They just did that to avoid the taxes to their country. Right? And we saw what happened to the cruise ships. We have the second largest cruise ship registry in the world. And during the pandemic, the US said, we'll go park in the Bahamian waters and go ask the Bahamian government to give you all concessions and money back, because you all ain't paying no taxes to us. Right? And so we saw the cruise ships suffered for a very long time during even
Good old Biden.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, good. You're up to date. Okay. So
Ain't long now.
yeah. You're up to date. Okay. And so these organizations, these international regulators, of course, you know, they call these policies, you know, recommendations, but of course, if we don't put them in place, they blacklist us, right? Or say that we are non-cooperative. And so I'm very surprised that Ryan Pindham making a comment like that about the prior government, because both he and, you know, Peter Turnquest had argued with the OECD, saying that, you know, no matter what we do, we are a small country, you're beating us with a US stick or a larger country stick, and give us some time or give us some money, you know, to get these things in place, and we just couldn't afford it. But I'm surprised, you know, normally on the global stage, they don't oppose each other, only in, you know, in the Bahamas or when they're in parliament. But I'm surprised that he put that out there, because he had lashed out at the OECD, as well as Peter Turnquest, saying that no matter what we do, they are going to blacklist us because we are considered the competition. You know, and Ms. Bullitt always says, if you don't have a seat at the table when they are blacklisting, nobody stands up and says, well, we sent in this and we sent in that. Because at one point they blacklisted us because their technical team received our information but didn't send it on to the blacklisting team. So we got blacklisted, and we normally suffer a lot of reputational risk when we are blacklisted. So I'm very surprised, you know, at that publication blaming, you know, the government, because he knows, you know, they will read into that and they will pick up things perhaps that they didn't even know, and say that we now agree. So we have to be careful without having that representation, because after Peter Turnquest lashed out at them, they simply said, well, the OECD and the FATF will no longer blacklist you. They said individual countries will blacklist you. So let's think about who sits on these boards of the OECD and the FATF.
The competitors. The
The
competitors.
Prime Minister of France, everybody of the EU, all their permanent secretaries, all their ambassadors, that's who out there sitting up on these boards, right? And so therefore, if collectively as a group, they don't blacklist us from the regulator, immediately when the OECD told Peter Turnquest that, France blacklisted us, Germany blacklisted us, the EU blacklisted us, so we end up like 50 blacklists, right? So that's why we need a seat at the table, okay? Because they definitely have their countries and their representatives. You can't stand up there and say, we could blacklist France. That person will put his hand up, oh, no, France met the requirement, it's with your technical team. But if nobody is there to advocate for the Bahamas, like you say, we are the competitor, blacklist them. So the people who want to go open those accounts in Bahamas will come to France and say, Bahamas is blacklisted right now, we'll open those accounts in France. Okay, so we need that international global representation. Okay, we do have Keva Bain as, I think she is the president of the UN. I don't know if it's just the Caribbean region, but she is out there. And the book goes on to say the UN has developed several instruments to deal with money laundering and terrorist financing. The UN Convention for Suppression of the Financing of Terrorism, the UN Convention Against Corruption, United Nations Convention Against Trafficking in Narcotics and Psychotropic Substances. We know what that is. Julian, only you should know. Because I ain't having no questions, no concerns, everybody quiet. Ashley Stubbs, what is a psychotropic substance? Rashawn Longley, Jalika, come on. Ask, this is where you ask. Miss Bullet, what is a psychotropic substance? You all asleep? Ashley. Ashley sleep?
What is that?
Julian, can tell us in a second. Ashley sleep. Shantia, I can mark you all absent.
I can stand on
Shantia
this.
store. No participation points for Ashley. Shantia
Let the
store, you there?
let the new persons get their points, man.
Ashley, you in this class?
Yes, can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Pardon me?
Okay, this
Okay,
is
I would say that.
Y'all gotta talk back to Miss Bullet. Come on, Bria, you don't know what a psychotropic substance is? You will Google it. In.
Yeah. I waiting for you.
That's how the brain works.
Okay, y'all gotta stay awake. Come on, Rashawn Longley, I hear from you. Taylor, you there?
A substance that affects how the brain works. Psychotropic.
Okay, Rashawn Longley, you there? Lord, look how all these people
Yes,
get
ma'am, I'm here.
in the voice class. Christiana.
Yes, ma'am.
You there? Okay, good. Julian, tell us, you know Julian, or you want Miss Paulette to explain it?
Alcohol.
Julian, go on.
I'm no, ma'am. I'm aware. I just wanted the newbies to get an opportunity to get their points. I know how necessary that is.
They don't know. They're not familiar, so they don't know. So
There was one person that was online. I mean, that had a close enough explanation to it.
Okay, so
being
apparently there's something going on in New York where a lot of homeless persons are found dead, and they found, I think, about 500 persons that were homeless dead. And so what they found was that one of the larger pharmaceutical companies did not get like an FDA approval on a certain drug, and they claim that they just threw it in the dumpster, and the homeless people must have gone through, but I think they sold it on the black market. And so the homeless people end up paying the $1 or the 25 cents for it. So I think like Molly, they call it an opioid crisis. Anybody heard about that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, so all of that will fall under, psychotropic substances, so there's all sorts of drugs, they call it the date rape drug, where they sprinkle something in your coffee or tea or your drink. Yeah, but this opioid crisis, and so it's major. And so Of course, we know whatever happens in the US, you know, they just sneeze and it happens here. And so they are working on that opioid crisis to keep it, you know, under control. Luckily, no, I shouldn't say luckily, no, but unfortunately, many persons have, like I said, homeless persons, and I do believe they were paying, you know, the black market price to get a version of the regular drug that they normally get. Okay, so yeah, you'll read up on that before that ends up in the Bahamas and we unaware and we shock. Okay, remember the other day at the school in Fox Hill, the lunch vendor bought some candy. Do you all remember that case?
Yeah.
A lot of
Yeah,
the children
yeah, I
got
do
sick.
remember that.
Yeah,
Mar-
a lot of
Yeah.
right. Yeah, so I believe that would fall under, you know, the same thing. Okay, so make sure that you're aware. Okay, and then it goes on to talk about the United Nations suppression of terrorist financing, the United Nations against corruption. Okay, and so in your papers, like when you do research, you can look and see, you know, what the United Nations Convention Against Corruption is. You can cite that, or against yeah, corruption. It doesn't say bribery. The Bahamas also has a bribery index. You can quote the bribery index. You could Google it and make sure, say exactly out of 100 countries, we are number, whatever number we are. And you could put that in your paper as well. Okay, and so I'll continue on with this. Of course, we know the FATF. We saw the OECD. We saw from intro the Basel Index. Again, that's who risk rates under recommendation 1. That's who risk rates countries. And we saw the other day when we were in intro that some work has been done because the Bahamas used to be rated as 6.34, which was slightly almost high risk, medium high, and now we've done some good work, and now we are now 5.93, which is very good. And so if you look at the legend, it tells you where 5.9 is. You are low risk if you are green, yellow to red is medium, and then red is high. And so we've submitted our risk assessment since 2015 and 16, and we have now a score, and we were very concerned about becoming high risk. Okay, so again, identify the risk that your country could, you know, identify your risks that your country could be subjected to, put controls in place to protect that risk. And of course, we saw the governor put controls in place, whereas they created, you know, we were seen as cash intensive. The governor created or the central bank, I don't want to say the governor, the central bank created the digital asset, the sand dollar. And so that helped us not to get rated so high as being cash intensive. Okay, there were a lot of persons like the law firms, the accounting firms, and the real estates that were not regulated. They're now regulated under the Compliance Commission. Then the leverage, the borrowing leverage and the securities business was very high. We decreased it, but we are still competitive. I think the leverage used to be 400%. We decreased it to 200%. All these things make us high risk. Okay. And of course, we know if you're high risk in the financial services sector, you're subjected to enhanced due diligence. And a lot of companies just say, we don't do business with high risk countries. Okay. So we would have suffered a lot, and we would have lost a lot of clients if the Bahamas became high risk. So it's very important that we maintained that medium risk score, and that it dropped, looks even better. Okay, and that's the Basel Committee. Then there's the Wolfsburg Group, and this says that the Wolfsburg Group is an association of 13 global banks, which aims to develop frameworks and guidance for management of financial risk. And again, these are the 13 banks, the largest banks. around the world, and they manage the correspondent banking throughout the world. And correspondent banking is when we send wires our SWIFT system. And so if you work in the offshore world, nobody walks into the bank to send money or to deposit money. Everything is done online. Everything is done through wiring. And so if you don't have a wiring department, or if you don't have a correspondent banking contract, then you close down in the offshore world because it just makes no sense. Okay, so these 13 largest banks, and they have, I'm talking about 50, 60 principals. Okay, and then they have these surveys. In order for you to get a correspondent banking account, you have to answer these various surveys. And before 2018, when the laws changed, it used to only be 28 pages. Now it's 28 questions. Now it's 200 questions. Okay, and they want to know what percentage of your business is gas and oil, which percentage of your business is marijuana, which percentage of your business is pornography, right? And so they want to know if you deal with, high risk countries or high risk products and services. Okay, and normally if you have a high percentage, then they just don't do business with you, because they don't want to be, if they have high risk customers, then they become high risk. So they try, most companies try to strike a balance between the number of high risk, products and services that they offer. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, back to, oh,
go ahead. Tell me what you want, Ashley. You want me to put it back up?
Oh, no, I was going to say back to what you were saying about the Basel AML group, the scores. And you said after we made some adjustments, we went back up because we were much lower before that.
No. I said we were higher. We were at 6.3.
We were higher.
Yeah. And so we made the adjustments and we are lower now. Right. And nobody was even accepting our rating, because the last time we submitted a risk assessment was in 2015 and 2016. And if we just think back to that time, gaming wasn't even legalized. Gaming had just been legalized. So they wasn't doing no risk assessment, or, you know what I mean? It wasn't enforced. Yeah. So, and then I was thinking
about when I did my master's in China and the Bahamas, I guess sometimes when we had the Bahamians that would try to receive money through, let's say if there was a wire to a Chinese bank account or a Western Union there that you try to collect money from, you would be on a list and they would say, we're not allowed to give you any money from anybody from that country if you're coming to collect.
From the Bahamas?
Yeah, around that time.
Oh, wow. Okay, where China is? I don't even know where China is.
Asia.
Let's see what their rating is. That's Russia.
The orange.
The orange. Oh, right there, 6 bucks. And they wasn't accepting money from us?
Yeah.
That's very quite.
That's why they introducing their own currency, BRICS.
No. They introducing that because they knew that Russia, see, if Russia invaded the Ukraine, they know it would be sanctioned, right? And if Russia got away with it and won and was able to overthrow the Ukraine, they was going to do it to Taiwan. So that's why they tried to create their SWIFT and everything, but it wasn't successful because it was only between those two countries. And Taiwan is the largest producer of semiconductors in the world, which means every computer or all this new technology. So that's what they want. They want Taiwan back.
Yes.
That's what they're really happening. But I don't know if is Putin successful or not.
I really don't trust him. Right?
Not yet.
I don't trust him. I think he's playing games in Ukraine. I think if he really wanted to do something, this would have been over. I think they're stalling for some reason. I think they were saying that the president of South Africa in regards to the same BRICS was indicating that there were several other governments and countries that wanted to get in on this as well, such as Saudi Arabia and several others. I think they're just stalling.
But do you see the score for China? I mean, for Russia? Do you see the score for a sanctioned country?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wow.
5 points.
Sorry, it went off the screen. Let's see. Where were we? Yeah, no, that's Turkey. I know where these countries. Okay, if this the Ukraine, that's Russia. Okay. 5.24. Way lower than ours, right? Almost considered low risk.
So we should invade another country?
I guess influence plays, of course, we know, like I said, if you have a seat at the table, and I sure the Russians at the table, and you aren't pushing nothing down their throat, and they, you know, they speaking knowledgeably to what's going on in their country. So I guess they don't have, you know, they have their things together if they have that rating, or their network. Well, of course, you know, Putin's network is very strong. And he has a lot of what they call them, this mega rich, the oligarchs. And what I saw is with this is, you know, because you look at Cayman in other countries, they're not subjected. So, you know, with these tax laws that the OECD and we are fighting for, Cayman is non-reciprocal, the UAE is non-reciprocal, and the big bad USA is non-reciprocal. So that means the whole rest of the world will be blacklisted if they don't provide this information. But those 4 jurisdictions allowed to not provide it, and they're not blacklisted. Right? So, yeah. All of us are equal, but some of us are not as equal as Animal Farm. Yeah,
I can treat you equal, but you ain't all the same. That's the play.
Man, I want to see Cayman rating.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask about Cayman. How it is that Cayman is a part of what, the British?
Yeah, it's a British colony.
A British colony.
Jamaica,
okay.
on the side of Jamaica.
Right on. Okay, where Jamaica is. Miss Bully, you know it's map, child.
Go to the left. Go to the left.
All right.
Right. Okay, come up. As you can see where Cuba is, that island. No, to your right. To your right. To your right. To your right.
That's
Jamaica.
Right on the side of Jamaica. My God, you can't even see them on there.
I can't even see them. But see, that's just it. They ain't even on the map. I don't look like they have them on the map.
Oh, poor Haiti.
See Cuba, right there, right there.
Look at Haiti.
Okay.
You see Haiti? Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. They say that's the second and the 128. Well, who was the first? Somewhere in Africa, of course.
Yeah.
Now, which one of these is Cayman?
None of them is Cayman. You gotta go further out there. Jamaica, right up in that same area. No, you
Cayman is showing on this map.
Cayman ain't got no rating, man. They good. They face good.
Okay, thank you. And then our sister country, Trinidad and Tobago, just say they don't even have a central bank, so they definitely can't put none of these stuff in place. So let's see if you can find Cayman. Let's see. Let me do. Okay, in alphabetical order. Nope. They just are surprisingly missing from the list.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
that speaks volumes to who actually doing business in the Cayman.
Okay, thank you.
How
strong that network is, right?
Okay.
You look on the TH. You look on the TH. The Cayman. Maybe they have it on the.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see.
Is it on the T?
Let's look.
No.
Cayman Islands. Nope.
No.
Cayman is still under the crown.
Yep, still a British colony.
Yeah,
see Trinidad. With Trinidad.
Oh, not Trinidad. Yeah. Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah.
Is what?
4.86. No, that's Trinidad. I talking about
I think
what
he was
island
talking
is
about
the
Turks.
country name?
Turks Island.
Turks and Caicos, right? Yeah, so they completely blacklisted. If we go to the FAT,
Also,
FAI,
so
yeah.
all countries blacklisted don't appear on the list.
They should appear, but I don't know why. Let me see.
And why is Turks and Caicos blacklisted? they don't have.
They don't even
And
have
they're, and they're a British colony.
of course, but I believe they intentionally don't have a central bank and you know all these laws that follow because you know I believe that's the UK's little island that they do their
Slush money.
Yeah. So that's why they you know staying below the radar. So see all these evaluations, but they was blacklisted along with Afghanistan and the countries like that. So you know they was in that category.
Ms. Bullitt, in reference to having a low rate, when we did our first is around 2015, 2016, is it because gambling had just been legalized that led to such a high or low rating, or was it the fact that gambling was illegal and now it became legitimized, or vice versa?
Perhaps because it was illegal, it was in the underworld. But if you look at every country have a national lottery. The Florida lottery, the Ohio, every state in fact. And so only the Bahamas give it to 8 people or 7 persons. Everybody else have a national lottery, right?
Right.
Right. Yeah. So I don't think the fact that we had the casinos or you know, but they should have been happy that it was coming from underground to you know being regulated. You know, but the insurance field, even this year, the insurance field had to, you know, do some updates. I think general insurance didn't have to get KYC, you know, and so now they are required. So under the new laws, they are required. Like I say, the law firms, the accounting firms, and the real estate firms, they were not regulated. Now they are. So it was a few things that we had to do. Not only us, like I said, they say 31 countries had the same problem. You know, but they have the difference between them and us is they have proper educated representation. They are present at those meetings when they get blacklisted. They on the board, they probably the president. And so we did see Carl Bessel be the president last year. And I think, I don't know, I was just speaking to somebody else in the intro class. He looks like he gave up the position when they lost the election because now they have Ryan Pinder as the immediate past president. And Carl Bessel was it? I guess it's tied to the attorney general position. I don't know. But we need y'all educated. We need y'all network strong. And you'll need to start to be bosom buddies with other, you know, people sitting on these boards and help your country. Wash the PLP on there for them and then help your country. Okay, because we need more ethical persons in position.
That ain't gonna work for the cutlass. You need a backhoe to get that out of this country.
I know, right? But I never thought they would have fixed the taxi. Yeah, that block up just like how them taxi plates was block up, and the woman say she fixed that with the stroke of a pen. So let them fix all these issues just with the stroke of a pen. Them taxi plate been blocked up for 40 years. I don't know what she do, but she fixed it. Right? So we want to see more changes like that.
Ms. Bullitt, I look at it right, and by extension, learning colleagues in this class, maybe y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. But when somebody leases something to you, is it illegal? Because I believe it is, but I could be standing to be corrected. How is it that somebody can lease you a plate, that being the government, and you take that plate and lease that up to somebody else? Is it that illegal?
It's illegal because in your contract, the government tells you that you cannot lease it.
Okay, if that is the established fact that it is illegal, I have the question that why doesn't the government, one, take the plate away, and two, fine or send these people to jail?
Because Kendrick, the barcode just reached after 40 years, and the law makers are the ones who need to go to jail because they are the ones who have the majority of the plates.
We need to upgrade. We don't need
It's them and their friends, lovers, and family who are the owners of these plates that are being leased. Okay? So when you see a prime minister with 20 plates on his name and his family's name, then you should start there. Yes, for your lovers, lovers, friends, and family. You all better strengthen your network. Straighten it. I tell you, that's the only way. But she came with her backhoe and it worked. So I want to see more things like that. This BPL thing, I can't believe they did that. But anyway, you find Cayman, oh, there you go. What? Okay, 7.6, but where you find this? Where is this? This 2022? Go down, I just see the year. Go back down. This is the 2020 edition.
They were bad for 2 years, man. They good.
They was at 7.64. That's borderline. I mean, let's go back. Let's go back to the map. Let's look at the legend. Look at the legend. 7.64 is high. Anything over 7, I thought was high. But they done fix that. So they ain't even on the list. They done fix that. You all strengthen your network, but listen, like I tell everybody, when you're looking at it, there's no law established in your country. Cayman is the leader. The Cayman Authority, they're very good at putting out policy and procedure right away. So does Luxembourg, so does the Netherlands. Okay, so you could leverage off those countries and see what they do, or look at their cases and see what happened, you know, if you need to make decisions. Okay. Any questions or concerns?
You said Cayman and who?
Cayman, the Netherlands, Luxembourg. They are the leaders. Like if something has to change, they change it right away. And they always have documentation on policy and procedure. Okay, so any questions or concerns?
I'm good.
I think once I get the textbook, probably with a little bit more research on the cases that we mentioning, I might have some questions.
Okay, and that's fine. And I also want you to look at the classwork questions and ensure that you can answer them. Okay, not that you have to submit it, but try and answer them and let me know if you have any issues.
Okay.
Okay, for just chapter 1.
Understood.
Okay.
Okay, guys.
Okay, I just want to request that you please, if you can send me the ICA referencing handbook.
Okay. Anybody else need it or just Jalika?
Yes, please. Me too.
Christiana and Jalika.
Rashawn Longley as well, please. Thank you.
Okay, let me do this now because give me 1 second. So you want Rashawn. Rashawn, what's your email?
R Longley 55@hotmail.com.
Okay, that came up. And Christiana, CH.
Cato.
CS@live.com.
Okay, and then Jalika. Is it Jalika C. Sands?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
And Ashley Stubbs 75 at Hotmail.
Okay.
Bullard.
Hi.
Hi, this is Gerardo. You can send it to me as well, please.
Gerardo Taylor.
And Shantia.
Ms. Bullitt, send it to me as well, please.
Okay, ASH. Ashley Stubbs, 75.
Right.
Okay, Kendrick. Okay, so Longley, Sands, Gator, Taylor, Stubbs, and Minnis.
And Shantia.
Men's.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry.
That's too many eyes. I not selfish.
Shantia Star. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. So this is a new version that I send in y'all. So if it ain't on page 17 to 20, go to the table of contents and see what the correct pages are. Okay. And look at how it's very simple. You know, and go online and see what to do and practice from now. Okay.
Okay.
Ms.
Okay,
Bullard,
thank
this is on the cases?
No, this is the ICA handbook.
Okay, all right,
Yeah, just to show them how to reference their work properly.
okay.
Yeah. The cases at the back of your book. You mean the Egmont group?
No, I was just wondering when you said chapter 1, which book you were referring to?
No, I was saying to look at these questions here. The classwork questions for chapter 1 and make sure you can answer them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. And then remember I showed you how to go to the FATFA site and print their report, which is a December 2021. But I sent you the mutual evaluation. I sent you the update that the FNM had sent out back in 2020. And this is the latest report, their view on our progress. Okay, and that's, you use those 3 documents to answer question 1. From the classwork now. I don't want you to get confused with the homework. This chapter 1 question right there. Okay, is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bullitt, you said homework as well?
No, classwork. The Egmont group cases at the back of the book is for the homework question. But you have 3 weeks to do that. Right now, all I want you to do is to ensure that you can answer chapter 1's questions. Explain recommendation 1 and the developments the Bahamas made and list 3 deficiencies that were noted in the 2017 mutual evaluation report on the Bahamas. And remember I said, go right to the report and the key findings tell you all 22 of the deficiencies. Okay? So you don't have to read the whole report. Okay, we good?
Understood, ma'am.
Okay. All right, great, guys. So have a productive week. And like I say, the key to this class is organization. Most persons who are not successful, they are not successful because they are overwhelmed. They have to deal with the kids. It's very tough to go to school and to work and to deal with home. Okay. And so I ask that you get a little niece or nephew and you know, give them $5 or $10 and say, help me out with the kids or help me out with homework, speak to your significant others and ask them, you know, promise them next year for you right now, I need some uninterrupted time. I don't need to be rushing home from work. I don't need to be cooking in Miss Bullitt class. I don't need to be the baby sitting on my lap and all these things that we do. Okay, because like I say, if you pay attention, you do your homework and you get your participation points, then you halfway there and you 90% successful already. But only, like I say, the husband and wives that are overwhelmed and don't have help, they normally don't do well. So please get some help. And the key to this like I said, is organization. Okay? So you'll have a good week, unwind, feel good, and so this could, stay with you. So Ms. Buller will ask you some questions next week. For the next week class, please read chapter 2 and come prepared to ask questions. Answer the chapter 1 questions and let me know. I expect all of you to read the newspaper. Everybody doesn't have to share next week, but I expect at least 4 persons to share next week for the first half an hour. Persons are normally late. And so we use the first half an hour of class to share what's happening in the news each week. Okay? And we practice this. One day we are going to have these conversations with the executive team, with the board. It helps us to develop our interpersonal skills and practice, disseminating information properly. Okay, so have a productive week.
Sounds good.
And we'll see you again
Okay.
next.
You too.
All right, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah.
Good evening.